Good morning, chats. How are you doing today? All right, go ahead. Go ahead. Do your things. Do your things. No, don't hold. Just do it. Because nobody ever holds. No, go ahead. Go ahead. Let it out. I'll wait. I'll wait.
All right, time to execute my trick.
Oh my god, did I? Oh my god, I fucking did. Shit. Son of a fucking bitch. I'm on it. I'm on it. Son of a bitch. I knew I was forgetting something. I was working on like the thumbnail and I was like, I know I'm forgetting something. What the fuck is it? For Gore to ping? No, it's because it's on a different ping now. It's not at everyone. And if it didn't ping, then that means the automated system is broken. No, it pinged. It did the Marin go ping. Unfortunately, using the at everyone for going live completely backfired. It went from people who hadn't come to stream in a long time showing up.
Making the mother of all omelets here, Jack. Can't spread over every egg.
Hi, Melissa. Hi, Hungry. Hi, Pyro. Thank you for punching me in the face. Social media stuff? I did post on social media. I did post to Twitter and Blue Sky. But no, the thing I was saying is the at everyoneing for streaming quickly backfired. It was good for a little bit because like people that don't typically show up for stream were like, oh my God, now that there's pings in the Discord, I know when streams are. And then it went from that to, I guess it irritated people because it was going off like 4 times a week. It definitely seems like more people have muted the Discord and gone inactive. About the Discord? Huh? No, because I haven't looked at Discord today until like a second ago when I looked at the live. Oh, oh my God, we got the stickers back. Oh my goodness. Oh my God, are the stickers? Oh my God, yes, I get my stickers. I can now commit rope in general chats. Excellent, excellent. All right, all right. The stickers. Yes, my stickers are back. Thank you, Patrick. Oh my God, wait, we can set up we need to set up the custom link again. Sunstar, what is the name of, is it / Dark Carnival or is it / Merry Go Round? Yeah, relatable. Okay, gotcha. Let me see if I can remember where this is. Do I need to use the create invite link? Is that the one?
Spooky, scary skeletons and shivers down your spine. Shrieking skulls will shock your soul, seal your doom tonight.
Wait, who's the hell is this? Inviter? Inviting somebody to live gaming asked to join? Who made this invite link? I say right-clicking Hyper and going to see what... Nope, it's not Hyper. All right, where is it again? There it is. Invites. I don't know who you are. We're deleting that one. We can delete that one too. And apparently there's a bunch of others from other people that also made them. Okay, there we go. Clean those up. Now, where the fuck do I make the custom one? Is it not here? Is it create invite link? Edit invite link. No. No. yeah, I'm trying to figure out the vanity link thing. Oh, here, maybe I should try and do it at the boost section. View perks. No? No, clicking it there does not work. Jesus Christ, Thadric, I just realized you boosted it 3 times. Technically 5 times this year. Jesus, dude. Can't remember. I've done it before. I can't remember where it is. I thought it was in server settings. I'm double checking. I'm pretty sure it's in server settings. I thought it would be under invites, but all right, so we'll do the nerd thing and Google it. Set up vanity link. Server settings, vanity URL? Wait, where the fuck is that? Definitely doesn't feel like it's right here. Okay, where the fuck is it? Server settings, boost perks, custom. Okay, save changes. Oh my God, Discord authentication code. Okay, hold on, I know Joe says, let me get the authentication code. Yay, starting off the day with immediately into tech support nonsense. Because otherwise I would forget. Otherwise I would forget. I opened the wrong authenticator. Wait for it to reset. There's always something weird about opening the authenticator, and I swear to God, every time I open it, it's always like right before it refreshes. Okay. Okay, we have our custom link back. Which means now I don't have to change the links for anything else. Due to Thadric, the boat shall be eternal. The boat shall be eternal for... I wouldn't say eternal. We've lost the boost perks before, and I don't blame anybody, especially because so many people were like canceling their turbo. It's called turbo, right? No. Nitro, that's what it's called. Turbo's Twitch's thing. They're nitro. Because of the shenanigans that Twitch was trying to pull with like AI and other nonsense. Hi, Imbecilus. Thank you for the 45 stream streak. Holy shit, dude. And Woozer with 170. Jesus. The at everyone thing is really annoying with certain streamers. Yeah, that's why I used to never use it, but then I was like, oh, but then like maybe there's some people that like just keep missing the time. Hi, Angel. How are you doing? I am fancy stuff. Please and thank you. But yeah, it's one of those things that's like, it very quickly backfired. We got a bunch of people that like hadn't been to stream in a long time coming along, and that helped support the stream quite a bit. And then very quickly, it just dove. I'm guessing it got super annoying for people. That's kind of all I can guess. To give Discord money? That makes sense, Beef. That makes sense. Like, I keep Nitro because I also boost the Discord server. I put both of my boosts from Nitro into the Discord server, and I don't really want to lose that. But I've also paid for a yearly subscription. So I haven't been paying monthly on it. I pay like $90-something in like October or November. You shitters. That happens. It's just one of those things like Discord's always pinging off. Because I mean, not everybody knows like do not disturb isn't on, or eventually like if you get pinged at everyone pinged enough, most people will be like, oh, okay, these at everyone pings mean basically fucking nothing. And then they take the Discord server and slide it into a folder somewhere where it gets tucked away forever and forgotten. I may honestly pick it up to help boost the go-rounds. You can absolutely do that. There's other, like, what is it? I think the maximum stuff where you would, like, run out of things to do with the boost is 33. Let me see. I can check. Yeah, we have 16 of 33 boosts. So if we get more... Oh, I do. We have 2 extra boosts. I don't think I have anything I can put it on. Server tags? Enhanced role styles. Server tag badge. Okay, but that feels like you have to have server tags already. Oh, it's additional. It's additional ones. It's not like pre-made ones. Oh shit, Lyoko boosted it too. That's why we have the 2 extra. Oh. Oh, that's where the 2 extra came from. Okay. Okay, I see, says the blind man. But, okay. But how are you doing today, chat? Who wants highs? Who wants highs? I didn't say hi to everyone today. Hi, Eric, how are you doing? Welcome in. Is that Santa? Is that a thumbs up Santa? That is a thumbs up Santa. Oh my. But I really don't want to support Discord. Listen, that's totally fair. I would never force my... That's why I didn't complain when it fell off. I was like, I totally understand. I'm not going to make an announcement like I've done for the other ones because I don't blame anybody for canceling their fucking Nitro. I almost called it Turbo again. I am exhausted. Relatable. I'm lurking and heard about boosting. Why, thank you, Lyoko. Our tag was clown, but 1 character less. It was clown without the O. But I think that only puts us at the at 2. Yeah, 2 over, and it's 3 over to get a server tag back. Yeah, it's 3 to get a server tag. I liked my clown tag too. I think I did it with like the black flame or something. I think is the emblem that I used. Chat, I forget. Did we watch the new Hunter the Reckoning trailer on stream, right? Did I ever show y'all the Hunter the Reckoning game that's coming out? Cooking Simulator 2? I don't think so. Salutations, Gumquats. Are you thinking of kumquats? I like kumquats. Kumquats are delicious. No more support. More support equals more boats. Spin the wheel. Oh, wheel of punishment. I got you. Well, get the wheel out. It's okay, calm your tits. Calm your tits, baby. Cease the calamity that is your memories. Oh, that's the wrong button. There you go. All right, hold your horses. Isn't it bad? I kind of want like a chef's club or something. I kind of want a chef's club. You said quats. Fuck. Chat, I offer you a swap. It's gonna be the same amount of time, but how about we're gonna compound it because I need to do more core workouts because Bob just redeemed sit-ups. So how about we do 2 core workouts? So we'll do a 1.5 minute plank and we'll do a we're not gonna do sit-ups because sit-ups are not that good for core. We'll do something else. We can do bicycle kicks. We could do twists. I don't have a kettlebell, sadly. Could do one anyways. Do one what anyways? Do what to my horses? Horses. Did I say something about horses? Also, I hope y'all didn't just hear my stomach. My stomach just grumbled. Get them gains in. Chat, do you know what we need to do as the relaxation thing today? What is that? What was that food game thing from before? Have you not been fooding? I've only been up and moving like an hour and a half. Scrandle, that's it. We'll do Scrandle in a minute. I want to do Scrandle with y'all again because I think it's fun. We'll do it in a bit. We're not going to do it right now. What are we doing today? We're going to be playing Crisol in a little bit. We're going to be playing Crisol. I want my desk back. Give me my desk. Excellent. Excellent. Bug Snacks. The game? The one where like the bugs are all food? Predictions time. We'll do predictions for it. We will. We will do predictions for Scrandle. But we'll do it in a second. 50 stream streak, Bob. Well, thank you, dude. Although we are going to get that like awkward. Actually, you know what? Let's bring the screen back. We'll get the screen and I'll give you all the fishing game. Because I'm going to have to be on the floor for a minute and a half. And then y'all are going to need something to do because a lot of y'all are little iPad children. Isn't that right, Chance? Isn't that right? I wasn't sure what food game you meant. Oh, that makes sense. Yeah, Sleep Token. I like the song. Time to see all the cooldowns? Oh, do you mean the 1 minute cooldowns? Oh, no. I love my iPad, Marin. It's just an iPad, my man. It's just an iPad. You okay? Do you need to talk about it? Also, did we ever test to see what happens if we put the like 3D panel thing on here? 3D panel. Boop. Oh my God. Okay, it breaks the whole thing because transparency doesn't work with it. Jesus. You can't see it, but there's this whole fucking black box around it. Oh, but I can kind of make it into a circle. Okay. Don't really need to adjust those. Oh, what the hell? Where did it go? Yeah, definitely don't need to mess with the... Oh, I fucked up. I accidentally changed the brightness to 0 instead of 1. Oh, that's not that good. It's cutting off so much. Okay, this is useless for this game. Okay. All right, let's do these. We're gonna be doing a plank. All right, kids, we gotta do a minute and a half. Uh-oh. Oh, hold on a second. I just found a piece of popcorn that I was eating last night. Let me go throw this away real quick. Okie dokie. Nom? What are you nomming? This has sharks? Yes. It also has a croissant shark. 5-hour rule eats the floor popcorn. It's been longer than 5 hours. It's definitely been longer than 5 hours. Beef, what the fuck is that? Big man walk. Christ. Okay, but that's kind of a funny emote. All right, let me do these. We got a minute and a half on the clock. Let's do this. All right. 1 minute left. Okay. All right, I still got to do the core thing that I promised Bob. I think we will do the bicycle kicks. So hold on. Whew. Oh my goodness. How is Sunstar cheating? How's Sunstar cheating? Is Sunstar donating again? Is that what it is? Is that what it is? Is Sunstar cheating by donating? Mod steal his fish? Mod steal his fish? I don't think there's any other mods here to do that. Let me actually see. No, it's just Sunstar. It's Sunstar and Sunstar only. I don't need to cheat with donations. True. True. All right. Bicycle kicks. That's what I was doing. And then we'll do Scrandle. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I may need to start raising the number of that. That's barely a workout. My fish are all natural. Oh my God. All right. All right. Who wants to play Scrandle? All right, kids. Who wants to do a warm-up game of Scrandle? The fishing game is going away. It's time for food, kids. Oh, whoops. Was not clicked into the right page. I full screened the wrong thing. That's on Scrandle? All right. Ooh. Oh, what the fuck? Garlic fries, cheese pizza, 13 and a half pounds, double cheeseburger with chips, $10.45. That is not worth 13 fucking pounds. That's insane. Yeah, Sunstar's on poll duty. It's not poll, it's predictions. You got to do predictions because you can't bet. You can't bet points. I'm not gonna lie though. The burger does look pretty decent for like a very basic burger. It's meat, cheese, and it definitely has caramelized onions on top of it. But also that cheese pizza looks dry as fuck. That is the dry ass pizza and is just short of being burnt. Yes, this is who would pick each of these. Although this says bonus round, so I don't know if we're voting or if we're actually picking. We'll see. We'll see what happens. Don't forget to vote, guys. You only get like a minute to vote. You got to do it quick. If you want to gamble your points, if you're true gamblers, you gotta. So I don't have to pick whichever one has the most votes. I pick what I think it is. I'm comes with chips too, and it's cheaper. Yeah, I'm gonna say the burger. Okay, it is voting. It is voting. All right, here's the real ones. Here's the real ones. Oh, Jesus. What is this? Pie, peas, and gravy. Doesn't say what kind of pie it is. I'm guessing it's some kind of meat pie. And a hot dog with self-serve toppings. Free with Norwegian cruise. That's still like a $2,000 cruise, dude. Hi, Tuka. And that hot dog looks like ass, man. It looks terrible. What did you throw? Is that peas? No, that's relish. That's definitely relish. And brisket or pulled pork? I think. That's got to be brisket or pulled pork, right? The kind of brownish, grayish stuff on top of the hot dog. I'm saying the meat pie. I'm gonna say the meat pie. Because that hot dog does not look good. So this is Scrandle, Tuka. This is a game where we are effectively betting on which one you think people like the most out of the two. You have between these two, you get like locations. So Norwegian Cruise? Isn't Norwegian Cruise a Caribbean company? Right? I don't think it's actually in Norway. Isn't it? I thought Norwegian Cruise Line was a... You know what? We have the entire power of the internet. It's from fucking Florida. Okay, so I guess whoever posted this or somebody that posted it was like, oh, it has Norwegian in the name. It must be in Norway. Phoning in from the land of milk and cigarettes. How goes it? I can't believe Queens is disappearing like all our fathers. All right, we got the vote in. I'm going to say meat pie. Nope, really? Damn, that sucks. That sucks so bad. On the cruises she'll be taking, I think cruises are a waste of money. If you want to go visit places or do excursions and stuff, go to those countries. Because you still have to do the passport bullshit. All right, so we have chicken curry pie or chips and curry sauce. Chips and curry sauce is 3.5 pounds. Chicken curry pie is 4.5 pounds. I'm going to say the chicken curry pie. Because those chips look like really, really sad freezer chips. Exactly, Stevie. All in on the pie again? I'm going for the pie. I was deemed divorced dad by the crew. I gotta give them material to work with. All right, but when do we get child support? Also, your ass sending me the fucking monkey's paw. I woke up early as shit this morning and saw it and was like, oh no, what is Queens doing? Wait, how early did I answer it? I think I just put a keck in. Oh, I put, oh, no, it was 10. Never mind. It wasn't as early as I thought it was. I thought it was still dark out for some reason when I answered it. Went to Five Guys yesterday. They stopped using cups. Same amount of fries, but no cup. Really? I already give you child support. Are you asking or are you telling? Okay, so is the poll done? Did the prediction already finish? I'm going with chicken curry pie. What? Oh, come on. Footlong hot dog, chicken curry and chips. Okay, I think I just need to Americanize my understanding of food. I think we just have a bunch of like the world's most basic bitches that are making choices. It was the not pie. It was the chips. The chips and curry sauce is what won. All right, so now we have chicken curry and chips, combining the last two, I guess, with what looks like Okay, maybe it's all chicken. I can't tell if it's paneer or something else. And then foot long hot dog for 9.3 pounds. 4.5 versus 9.3. Oh, of course, it's fucking Ole Miss. I'm legit out of points. Fuck. Oh, no. Child support for the child, or supporting and getting the child? Good question. Telling you, listen, I love you, queens. I love you, queens. You're the one who posted the monkey's paw. It wasn't me. It was you who clipped the, I want a cute model. I got points to spend, Stevie. All right. What are we at? How's it looking? Everybody's predicting the curry chips. I'm gonna Americanize my mindset on this one, and I'm gonna say it's the hot dog. We're gonna ignore the price. I think we're gonna throw the price out the window, and I'm gonna assume that the majority of people voting in this game are American, and they all have terrible taste. All right. Motherfucker, this game hates me. Ooh. Mozzarella from Belgium, chips, fried meat with sauce ondelays on a baguette, or samosas. Oh, samosas are only 38 pence from India. 4 pounds in Belgium? Ooh. My guy, I already know which one I'm voting for. I already know which one I'm voting for. My arm itches. I got points back. Woo! Oh my goodness. Just this sandwich already looks far better than, well, I mean, it is samosas. Samosas are pretty good. But this sandwich looks so good. Fried meat, chips, although I wish that sauce was fucking spread out better. Who just puts the glob of sauce in the middle of the sandwich? Ooh, I'd love a sandwich right now, but it's Taco Tuesday. Chat, talk me out of going to buy tacos today. Well, we wait for the prediction to finish. Wow. 10,000 on samosas. Taco is a sandwich. There, you shouldn't buy tacos today. Okay, I won't buy tacos today. Because Taco Bell? I'm not going to Taco Bell. I have a food truck that's like a block closer to me than the Taco Bell is. And their tacos are cheaper. Get yourself something tasty on Saturday. I know, but I'm hungry. All right. Yeah, beef, I know, I'm trying. But it's so tempting. It's so tempting. No, my days out to eat, I keep telling you this, my days out to eat are Friday and Saturday. Should I change it though? Because like waiting until Friday and Saturday kind of sucks. Should I do like what? Like Wednesday and Saturday? Like split them? A strong-willed ringleader? Ugh. Bacotel. Okay, I want to go with the sandwich so bad. I'm going to go with the sandwich. Yes. Gut feeling, baby. Gut feeling. Roast potatoes for 4.5 pounds. Or the saddest chicken panini I've ever seen in my life for 6 pounds. Oh, I'd be going over the counter. What the fuck is that? I think this one's an easy win. This has to be an easy win. Right? It has to be. No, Friday and Saturday are better, creates a stronger will. Oh, okay. Okay. I feel like this one's an easy win, right? Oh no, somebody actually voted for the chicken panini. Somebody put 10 points into the chicken panini. Listen, if the person wins, they're walking away a rich bitch. All right. Wow, 1,000 times. 1,000 to 1, baby. 1,000 to 1. There's no way this is the one, though. There's no fucking way. That's so sad. There's like 2 whole inches on both sides of the sandwich of just bread. Okay, thank God. 11%? Jesus. What the fuck is that? A sausage roll for $4.25. Or chicken loaded fries for $7.50. What is happening? Also, that looks awesome. Are you sure that's chicken? That actually looks like fried gator to me. I've been to a lot of places and this is what their fried alligator looks like. It looks pretty good. It does look pretty good. What the fuck happened to this poor sausage roll though? What do they... It's like there's black char coming out of it. Okay, what I'm gonna guess happened here is it sat under a warmer box for a long time and their warmer box is too fucking hot. That's all I can guess. That's all I could guess. Look up A&W Whistle Dog. What? Whose cover version of Beat It is this? Oh, it's a Fall Out Boy cover. Blood sausage? This is the bread. It's a sausage roll. It's a sausage inside bread. This is the bread we are looking at. Okay, easy. A pizza slice, 18? Fucking no. Pizza slice and beer for 18 pounds. That's a big pizza slice, but that's a cheese pizza slice and a fucking double Dos Equis. $18 is not worth it, dude. $10 at the most for both of those things. And the breakfast stack for 5 pounds. I see sausage at the bottom. No, that's bacon at the bottom. Cheese. The 2 sausages that are both cut in half. What I'm assuming is a hash brown. And then a soft fried egg. Yeah, I'm pretty sold on the sandwich here. The beer sweep. I'm gonna go with the breakfast stack. That's my go-to. That is the one I am sticking with. As much as I love a giant pizza slice, it is not worth 18 fucking dollars. The pizza place I used to go to when I was running the escape rooms, and it was the only place open in like the neighborhood. It was open till midnight every night, except on the weekend when it was open till like 2 or 3 in the morning. So I would go there and I would get pizza slices. And to this day, they have my favorite mushroom pizza on the planet and their own homemade ranch. Best ranch I've ever had at a pizza shop, by the way. And it was, oh shit, I'm trying to remember. It was New York style pizza. And the way that they made their mushroom pizza is they minced the mushroom. Yeah, they would mince the mushroom like completely fine and then spread it evenly over the whole pizza, which I think is way better than having the big slices of mushrooms. Escape room sounds cool. Oh, we would close on the weekend. We closed at midnight. But we were only open on the weekdays till 9 or 10. It does kind of depend. If the schedule was empty, sometimes the owner would call us and be like, all right, guys, it's already like 9 o'clock and we don't have any slots for the rest of the night. So just go ahead and close up and just shut it down. He was an asshole, by the way. So don't think that was him being a good boss. Don't think that was him being a good boss. That was him just shaving hours off the time chart so that he wouldn't have to pay us. All right. Prediction done. Big stack. Nice. Nice. That was the only job that I ever quit on the spot and basically walked out. I did the equivalent of walk. Oh my God. Hot dog for $5.75 or scran of the day. No price given. That's a hot dog? Are you sure? Queens Park Rangers, unknown location, and no price data. Is that cheese or is that mustard? Both of these look terrible, but I'm definitely confident the one on the left is better. Because at least then the bun isn't burnt to a crisp. The dog in the certain part is a little overheated. That cheese is not something I would eat, or that color mustard, but it's better than the one on the right. Mustard, skip. Skip. So I'm just salivating. Oh, God. Actually, chat, do you want me to show you the pizza place I used to go to? I bet you I could find it. I bet you I could find it. I've showed you all these. I used to work in Portland. All right, we'll finish this one. Oh, Jesus, 9%. People actually voted for it? What was it compared to? Cheeseburger with pulled pork and fried chicken. Holy shit, dude. Versus cheesy chips on garlic naan. Ooh. Ooh. The garlic naan, though. Cheeseburger. Cheeseburger. I mean, come on. Pulled pork and fried chicken? I'm up to 72 tickets, you poor skeleton. Just take the dog out of the bun? I bet it's a very fucking gnarly looking hot dog too, though. That's an English hot dog. Yeah, but it's not frying. Oh, but wait, Stevie, are you doing the no meat through the entirety of Lin's? If you are, I'm really proud of you. I forgot to tell you, chat. My favorite Cajun place. I've told you all about the lady who owns it, and she calls me like her little strawberry and stuff because I come in so frequently and I have like that mark on my chin. She told me when I went in that she was like, I've been eating fish like every single day, and I was like, oh, are you like sticking to the lens where you like don't eat any meats the entire time? She goes, yeah, and I was like, oh, I'm so proud of you. And I didn't say it like condescending. I was like, you're doing better than so many other people in my life. It's got to be bunger, no beef or pork. Ooh, gotcha. But wait, but you're counting chicken? Yeah, I have like a mark on my chin that she says it looks like a strawberry, but she also says it looks like a butterfly. It depends on like the day, I guess. All right, we're going to the burger. Hamburger, 90%. I am not surprised. That's a fucking phenomenal sounding burger. What in the sad fucking shit is that? Stadium dog, 3.30. Australian. Why is it nearly white? Or Thanksgiving jigs, turkey, salt beef, carrot, potato, turnips, cabbage, strawberry pudding, and grape. Strawberry pudding? Is the strawberry pudding in the room with us? Where's the strawberry pudding? There's a whole ass carrot right there. Stuffing turkey. That's the salt beef. Cabbage, turnips, stuffing. Gravy on potatoes. I don't think it's in frame. But I am 100% sure it's the Thanksgiving jigs. That's a long finger. I think it's somebody's ween. I think they just took somebody's whole ween and skinned it. Yeah, I don't know. What is up with the bread, too? Why does it just look like mashed dough that was vaguely baked? Oh, it was just vaguely baked. I now need to edit Baird into a strawberry costume. It wouldn't be a VTuber if I didn't get edited into some kind of fruit at some point. I'm still waiting for somebody to draw Sai as a lemon. Not a lemon, a lime. Don't skin the weens. You can cook them well. Can we fry them? Yeah, you think ween skin crisp up real good when you fry it? You think it crisp up like oh, what is it? Like pork belly? What? All right, did the thing go through? Are we good? All right. Thanksgiving jigs. Nice. I feel like they pitied us on this. Yeah, because we got the first 3 wrong, and then we got all of the next ones right. But they felt really obvious. All right, kids, let's see here. Let's go find my favorite pizza place. We're going to Portland, Maine. Because I don't remember the name of it. Get out of here. Where, oh, where? Monument Square. Which means, there it is. Pisorio. Where are their pictures? See photos. This is the place. I like pizzorios. They also have on their menu, because it's in Maine. Let me see if I can find a picture of it. Like, there's a whole slice of tomatoes. They have a meatball sub that's to fucking die for. That may be the mushroom pizza right there. Oh, here's the outside. It's very dingy. The thing is, though, is it's very cute. What do you mean Soulja Boy is trending on Twitch? How do you trend on Twitch? Oh, the pizzas. Oh, the pizzas. Here's the front. There's where they hold all the pizzas up in the top right. Although, when I went there, they didn't have this ice cream freezer. They did have the small one, but it was elsewhere. Where is it? This is my favorite pizza place that's still in existence. I'm really trying to find the mushroom pizza. Okay, I know the guy in the hoodie on the right and the guy way in the back. Although this is not a very flattering picture because the shadow of his nose makes him look like he has a Hitler stash. Oh man, I can't find the mushroom pizza. But yeah, this is giving you a good idea of how big the slices are. And when I went there, anybody want to guess how much each of these slices cost? Anybody want to guess how much each slice cost? $2? No, not quite that low. $3. They were $3. Oh, they also had one down here at the bottom that you can kind of see. It's pineapple, minced jalapeno, and pepperoni, and it was really good too. Why isn't this one upside down? I'm trying to also find they have one that you can order. Here's the making meatballs. That is ricotta and, oh, here it is. It's a blueberry pizza. I've never had it because the only way you can get it from them is by ordering the entire pie. I legitimately have no idea how good it is. And when I asked them about it, they said apparently it's a semi-common thing in Maine to have a blueberry pie on the menu when the season comes around, but I've only seen it at their place. Let me also see really quick. For the name, how do you spell Sicilian again? Sicilian? Pizza. The thing is, the place that I used to go to is closed now, but I wanted to find pictures of it. I'm not going to, though. To remind you, chats, real quick, say hi to Otto's. When y'all ordered me pizza when I still lived in New England, this is where the pizza came from. This was also the restaurant that you put mangoes on pizza to send to me. Also, if you look here, that says pizza slices a day, mashed potatoes, bacon, and scallions. They have a mashed potato pizza. It is very good. It is very dense. The thing is we probably won't find the mango pizza in any of these pictures because it was like a seasonal topping for a very specific pizza, but y'all just decided you wanted to put, my God, that looks so good. Welcome back, Vapor. But, oh well. I guess I'm not going to be able to find it, but let's go back real quick. Not Lazari. Where is... No. Where is it? What road is this? Cumberland? Congress? Okay, so... It would be right here where Za is now. This was where my actual favorite pizza place was. Because they sold Sicilian pizza. Which they were bigger than your hands. They were about $7. And they were square. And they were so dense. So fluffy. And so fucking flavorful. I can't believe they got shut down. They must have lost like a lawsuit or something. Although I'm not gonna lie, this pizza place does also look pretty good. Jesus Christ. Like pineapple pizza, it's the sweetness. Tuka, if you get the chance and you are willing to try something, get the Marin Special. It is pineapple, bacon, not Canadian bacon, bacon, and spinach. Spinach, bacon, pineapple. Don't you fucking forget it. Spinach, bacon, pineapple. And if you want to get it the way I get it on as thick a pizza as you can. As thick a pizza as you can. That's actually a really good looking pizza. Maybe we didn't lose too much with the loss of the Sicilian place. Oh, this is the place that probably sued them if they did. This is Mikuchi's grocery store. They only sell Sicilian pizza during lunch on, I believe it's the weekend. And the thing is, apparently it's a family recipe. And the people who started the pizza place that I used to go to worked at this grocery store, left, and then made the pizza place. So for like 5 plus... Disgusting. Disgusting! All right, where's more pictures of the Sicilian pizza? There it is. Yeah, dude. The corner. It's again, this, if it still existed, which technically it does now at this grocery store, this is the best pizza on the planet to me. It is so fucking good. It doesn't look like much. I'm just looking at it. It probably doesn't look like much to people, but you can't see all the seasonings that they put under the cheese. A lot of the seasonings for their pizzas are under the cheese. This grocery store does exist, but the restaurant that I used to go to has shut down and been replaced. Also, I know these corners look a lot like a lot of extra bread. You'd be surprised how fucking good it is just to enjoy the crust of the corners. But yeah, just cute little brick grocery store, Portland, Maine. Damn, dude. The things I would do to get a Sicilian pizza slice. The things I would do, my guy. Ooh. All right. From Texas to Maine, it is a 30-hour drive. Do not touch the food until you've made your selection. Once the food has left the shelf, it cannot be put back. God, dude. Just fucking put it in my mouth. There was also it wasn't technically a pizza place. It was like a bougie grocery store that I used to walk past when I worked at the mussel farm. And of course, they sold like bougie pizza slices from their cafe inside. And one of the ones I got, actually, I only ate there once because it wasn't really worth it. It was like $14 for a slice of pizza. And I didn't know that until I ordered it because the prices weren't on the menu. And he was like, that comes out to $14.30. And I look at him, I go, he looks at me and does the, I know. And I'm like, well, I can't back out now. And so I got the slice and it was like, it had like arugula, crispy prosciutto, like thinly sliced prosciutto. and it was like curled up across the pizza, so it was really crispy. It was tasty. It definitely wasn't using mozzarella cheese as its base cheese. It had like an odd, almost sour taste to it. I've driven 3 for split pea soup. 30 seems like nothing. You'd be better to just fly. Because Portland, Maine has a jet port. It has a quote unquote international jet port. It's international because it flies only to international airports. And maybe to Canada. Maybe it flies to Canada. Maybe that's why it's called international. I had Za'atar for the first time yesterday. It was pretty good. Za'atar is fucking awesome. It's so good. Spread it on bread, put it on sandwiches, mix it in olive oil, and then turn it into a spread. Oh, so good, dude. So good. Okay, we got about 30 seconds until the ad break. So let's get to the... I shouldn't have actually sent the screen away. I should just have left it. Anyway, chat, fishing game. You've lost all other iPad privileges until you decide to be good. You're getting the fishing game. Also, I need water. Sounds bougie as fuck. I want to say it's still called the Jetport. Let me actually go check. Ba-ba-ba-bum. Okay. Yeah, International Jetport. It's still the Portland International Jetport. It's a shockingly big, like, entry place. They built it really tall for no reason. Every time I've been there, it has always been fucking empty. Granted, most of the time when I've flown out of there, it was 5 in the morning. So I get there at like 3:30. And because the Jetport is so small, they're not open 24 hours. So like you can't even check in until like 30 minutes before your flight. You get there earlier and then you're just like sitting there because all of the fucking check-in counters are just closed and the kiosks are turned off. So it's just like, all right, gotta sit here for a little while and wait for it. Multi-time voted best airport in Portland, Oregon, I guess? Maybe? I don't know. At least you can't blame TSA. Yeah, because TSA is mostly standing around 90% of the time. Like, I've always breezed through the Jetport. Like, 20 minutes? If I get there and I don't have to wait or don't have to wait for the kiosk to open, then like I'm in my seat waiting for my flight in 20 minutes. We love fishing. Fishing's the mission. We can only fish in the best conditions and say we're in a fruitful position. The only thing we're missing is your permission. Oh my God, Vapor. All right. Let me check Discord real quick. And then I will work on getting the game open and we'll go right into it after the ad break. Subliminal. I just opened Steam. Sorry. Now I'm distracted by a game. Psychological horror inspired by urban legends of the back rooms. Bleeding edge lighting, rendering, handcrafted open-ended levels, light and perspective-based puzzles, nostalgic spaces, unfamiliar faces, and a rotting feeling that something is not quite right. Jesus Christ, it looks like it'll melt your GPU. Walter, a smiling balloon? Interesting. I'll put it on wish list. I don't know though. I don't know. I've never really been a big fan of the backrooms horror games just because I'm like, it's just walking. It's all walking. Melting GPUs, classic. Listen, the things you gotta do, okay? All right, let's get Crisol open. Still a front room kind of gal. It's just, yeah, there's not much to it. Actually, wait. I think I'm gonna have to run to the bathroom. Oh my God, why are you lagging so bad? Why are you lagging so bad? Cease and desist. Feature update on performance and then immediately lagging. Formula. Oh God, I bet it's fucking, it reset probably whatever graphic settings I had. Oh my God. Settings, graphics. Why are you struggling? Chat, we didn't have to use... We didn't have to use... Oh, are we good? Okay, we're good. All right, I need to run to the bathroom. I'm gonna give you all the fishing game still. Because I'm gonna go piss, because I don't think I'm gonna last till the next commercial break, so I'll be back in a second. Okay. Why is Censor posting tired emotes? Why is Censor posting tired emotes? What happened? Soda can is pulling back? Oh, I got you. All right. Chat, we're putting this away. Just gonna swap this before we swing over to the game screen. I clicked the wrong button. That's fine. I always do that. Crisol. Welcome back to Hell Chat. All right. It's okay. It's totally fine. We're just going back into... Why is the extra thing flashing? Oh, achievements. Oh, no. Wait. What are these? What are these points for? Final records? Huh. The Great Ophiotar, devourer of harvest and scourge of the herds, bringing desolation upon the people of Tormentosa. But it was brave Matteo, armed with nothing but his faith, who took this boat and set forth to face the beast. For 3 days and 3 nights they battled until Matteo, mortally wounded, fell upon the waters. Yet the creature, moved by his courage, honored his sacrifice, offering its flesh as a gift. And so the famine came to an end. From that day on, every offering Friday, the faithful celebrate the feast of the Ophiotaro. For even in defeat, redemption may be found. Hmm. Oh, we don't get to look at models until we finish the storyline. Oh, man. Okay. So if I remember right... Okay, this is not where we were. We'd already been through there. Okay. Yeah, so we just made it inside here. Let me actually do a thing, because I don't remember the controls. Key bindings. Obviously move. I click the A and left to shoot. Shift run. Interact is F. Reload is R. Hold R. Crouch is control. Weapon selector is Q. Inventory I, J. Quick turn is tab. Heal is C. Melee is E. About the traffic SCOTUS ruling. The what? I do know about what the Knesset passed yesterday. Do we want to talk about that for a quick minute while I like re-get my... Oh, skills for L? Okay. So let's go to the map real quick. So we're in Tabio Zafiro. Oh, whoops. That was me jumping floors. Okay, Sharpener's motorbike. 6 crow relics? Holy blood. Damn it. We're missing holy blood. That's, I think, another puzzle. Is that what it's telling us? Cocktail cabinet. Uh-oh. Interactable. Ugh. And I do know Dolores is out and roaming around now. Against Colorado's ban on conversion therapy.
Making a mother of all omelets here, Jack. Can't fret over every egg.
That is insufferable. Okay, so we have Gran Valero, Flaminsta, Anya, Spania, La Medusa, Pepe, El Canita.
The show was scheduled for 8.
Yes. The gears are all seized up. Okay. When is it set to? 7:45? Miss Anna, as you requested, I've connected the central clock to the access point of Tablau. At the scheduled time, the balcony doors will open to accommodate the audience, and 15 minutes before the performance, the stage elevator will descend to pick up the performers. The gears of the maintenance room are exposed and could jam easily. For this reason, I strongly advise that the system be operated only by trained personnel. If any issues arise, please do not hesitate to contact me. I am at your service, Jose Manuel. Okay. So can I interact with this?
It is stuck in that time.
Nothing. Okay.
I should try a different time.
No? Mm-hmm. 15 minutes before is 7:45, but that's what it was set to. What's that sound? Hello? Is that me? Oh, hold on, let me turn up the game. You have fun in Marion's while sabotaging your phone wires? Don't sabotage my phone wires. I'm on Wi-Fi. Is it just environment sounds? Oh, interesting. Okay. So maybe that's how we get to explore these doors. Is what I'm thinking. 550. All right, we'll do 820 first. That's so loud, dude. Again, do y'all hear that sound? Is there? I think there's something on the other side of the wall. Okay. I'm not looking forward to this. There's definitely chuckle fucks up there, and this is a fucking elevator? I hate that. I hate this house. I hate this house. Thing is, though, is I'm also forgetting what, like, the interfaces are. Is there tutorial buttons that I can go check? Because, like, I have a knife above me. And then there's, like, the three... Hello? Was that up there? Or was I just seeing things? Jesus, they really put in the ambiance to this. Our house, in the middle of our house, our house. All right, let's do this. Jesus. Motherfucker, dude.
I'm finally going to see Anna Spina dance. I've been dreaming about this for years.
You know I'd do anything for my little squid.
Little
Happy birthday.
squid.
I don't know how you got the tickets, Dad, but I don't care. Even if you had to make a deal with the sun himself.
Why'd she say it like that?
This is the best birthday ever!
Aww. But God, all this fucking sounds, dude. Jesus Christ, who made this bust? Okay. So that's what those blood drops were. Oh, do I need to turn it down again? Here, I'll turn it down again. I'm sorry. There's a clock here. That's cool. Wait, is that? Oh my God, that's local time. That's cool. Yeah. Whew! Oh my God, that is so loud. Thank you. Okay. Jesus. All right, hold on. Let me do a little thing real quick. That was so loud. Can I, like, get some more balance in here? Okay, that may be a little bit better. Wait, this is the fucking bathroom? That's so cool. Although it doesn't pool. What the fuck? Coins. Oh my God, the hand sinks. Hello? My God, we've been robbed of good architecture. Although, hey, chat, hope you like getting butt splinters. Oh God, I'm lagging again. Why am I lagging? Okay. There's definitely going to be ding dong. Hello? Also, hold on. Let me do another thing. The sensitivity when I'm... Accessibility? Wait, do I not get sensitivity controls? Gameplay? There it is. Aim sensitivity. Was that a little high? Oh! Oh my God. Ah, Jesus. I was not paying attention. Oh, they just disappear back in. Huh. Again, though, that sensitivity doesn't feel good. I guess I was doing well last time we played, but... No, thank you. All right. Okay, let's go ahead and heal ourselves. Not heal ourselves, reload. What is... Oh, that's another crow.
I'm sure that witch will appreciate it.
Nice. Okay, hold on. I want to see if this door can open.
Something must be blocking it.
I should have known. Is the game still really loud? It still feels really loud. Maybe I should have just turned down the... But damn good. All right, hold on. Holy shit! What's your pleasure? What's your fear? Holy shit, dude. Thank you for the gifted subs. Mysterious stranger. Let me turn the game down. I'm gonna turn the game down in OBS too a little bit. The rest of this I'm kind of fine with. Okay, I don't think there's anything else. Well, it seems like they fixed some of the audio, so at least he's not doing the grunting over and over. Uh-huh. Ding dong. Okay, we'll go this way later. What the fuck? Yeller.
Look at her, clapping like crazy.
What did you expect? She's been obsessed with Miss Anna ever since she started dance classes.
I just hope
Hi,
these
Yui.
were worth the fortune I paid for them. That girl might be as talented as they say, but flamenco's always been such a bore to me.
Oh, come on.
Flamingo dancing? Really? But flamenco's so cool.
At least pretend a little.
All right, I'll do it for the kid.
So he was faking it. This is the one we just got. Happy birthday too? Okay, it's exactly the same as what they said. Got it. Play so it's nice seeing you play. We played it several weeks ago. Jesus, why did that slam so loud? All right, let's go back. At least we have the path back already open. Now we got to check this door. Oh wait, no, we can't. Oh, so this one's also 550. Okay. Any other balcony view? I heard that. Oh boy, all right. This is actually not given the highlight, which I think is an oversight. $450? You know, I heard the wood creaking very close. I was kind of expecting to find him on the other side of the door, not right around the corner. All right, let's do this the fun way. Ding dong. That sucks. Oh, that sucks even more. Why are you still walking? Why are you both still walking? Don't like that. All right. Use the medicine. Well, we found the men's room. Urinal, urinal, urinal. The biggest waste of money ever made. Oh, hey, Crow. Hell yeah, dude, more upgrades. Oh, can't open the toilet. What year is it? There's blow dryers built into the wall. What year is it, dude? Yeah, fuck it. Okay, it's fine. Okay. Nothing else? Just a little bit of money? All right, I think we need to go back now and do the other door, which I'm pretty sure is this one. Like, yeah, this is the other elevator, right? Yeah, it's right below us. Okay. Again, I love these stools. They're so fucking cute. Blood weapon. Yes, blood weapon. We went this way before, right? Oh yeah, we went this way. All right, now we gotta go back down. It's so noisy, dude. It's so noisy. Someone did the gray segments of RE9 in a slightly more primitive engine? Really? I just think it's really nicely stylized. All right, we'll do a quick save. And then this was 550. Okay. Okay, so we should be able to go up And then the other door is going to be open. I'm really low. I'm just going to say fuck it and heal and use the last one I have. Which was through here. All right, who's in here? A staircase? Oh, fuck. Oh. Oh no, everything is awful. Everything. What? Dark basements? The drinking cow blood I sent in Discord? Or just forget to watch it? I forgot to watch it. Can I get some healing items? Please. Pretty please. Oh, it just like dragged my mouse to like the posters. Ugh. Come on. I can't open any of the lockers. These are very modern lockers. My immersion. Okay. This better not be a fucking boss room, dude.
Anna, please, trust me. You'll be safe in the basement. If I block the stage lift from up here, those monsters won't be able to follow you.
Trust you? Are you
Man, maybe I shouldn't have used the healing.
If Tormentos see me with you, I'll end up rotting in the darkest cell of the tower.
Listen to me.
What is in her hair?
Look at you.
I've been in love.
Drooling Gremlin, thank you for the follow. Welcome in.
So if you can't trust my words, then trust what I feel.
Carlos, seriously? You waited for the end of the world to say that? You idiot. All right, but promise me you'll come back for me.
I promise.
Okay. And we get another brooch. Hell yeah, dude. Oh, I should have checked the number on it.
Years.
I'm gonna go back out there and okay, we have brooches 2 and 3. I'm gonna go back out there and there's now gonna be mannequins there, isn't there? Anybody want to place money on that? I knew it. Hi, guys. I hate that. Come on. Hey, buddy. Works for me. Short-term memory loss? After stream, my brain just goes, and I don't remember. I just realized something. I had to resize it yesterday for, oh, what was it? Clock Tower. Yeah, there was like a chunk of the screen was just cut off. Yes, that's why. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, you guys. They're still right in front of this door. I know they are. All right, that works for me. We're not going to be reloading the shotgun anytime soon. Okay, Okay, so... Oh, that's the rain outside. Nothing of importance was lost. What do you mean? The full experience was lost for a bit. All right. I'm just doing these saves so that we don't have to like redo sections of this. Because when we go outside, save orbs are few and far between. What was it, 7:45? That's not what I meant to do. God damn it! Here we go. Oh, shit.
We'll give it that.
Fuck. Turn on the flashlight. Turn on the flashlight. Where's the opening? There's the opening. Why are you creaking, Mr. Piano? Well, the mirrors work, but they just don't show us.
Funny, isn't it? I always thought I'd die on the stage, not beneath it. Dancing was everything to me. Through it, I could express what words never could. Whether I was happy, drowning in sorrow, or even in love.
Sapphire medallion encrusted with... Oh, strange mark on the back. I'm sure it fits somewhere.
The fact that she is dead
Speaking
simplifies
of
things.
love, Carlos, that idiot, finally worked up the courage to confess. He's handsome for a Solari, but
For a Solari.
between us, at least.
Do we put on stage plays? I mean, we do have the puppeteer shows. A very old cornet. Hey, look, cigarettes. Perlados. Oh, right. We saw these in like a shop before. They're super cute. I like the fish people. Oh, chest. Darn it. I'd very much like some healing items. Cappuccino machine. Okay. What is... just normal bathroom? Anything in the toilets? Money. Money is in the toilets. I've also forgotten what the bowls are used for and like... Okay, maybe it's upgrades. I want to say it's upgrades. But we need to find the witch again.
Path is clear.
Okay. Into a different elevator. Okay. Okay, now we're going back to... That's 2 doors. So I'm gonna guess this one's gonna open. What the fuck are you? What the fuck are you? I hate you. I hate you. I hate you. A locked door? Hello. Fuck.
Boy, deep down, I know I deserve this. But believe me, I never wanted things to turn out this way. Padre Arroyo, just like you, craved the blood that runs through my veins. And when I refused to be part of that foolish ritual, he threatened to hurt my mermaids. Those girls are the closest thing I've ever had to a family. And
Okay, is that what the medallions are?
they were my own. I'd give my life before I let that bastard lay a finger on them.
Where the fuck am I? Oh. Okay, there's the blood fountain. We can go talk to the witch. She's like right around the corner. That's totally fine. Oh? What was that? Hello? Is there an interact thing there? Come on. Anyone? No one. Nothing? I want to know what that is. It's kind of terrifying. It feels like it's supposed to be something. It's a tiny little, like, baby fish thing. I can't, like, jump. Oh, well. All right. Let's go to the blood fountain first. Num num num. Oh, shit. Maybe I should have saved that for more of an emergency time. I wonder what this is supposed to be. Okay, knife's still fully sharpened. That's good. Hi, ma'am. Oh, this is where we do the shop.
And a little discount.
Ooh. 442. Ooh, pairing recovers health. Oh. I mean, while performing? Okay. If you 12% chance of not consuming ammo. Okay, do we take that or do we get this one and this one? 2? Do we want to get 2? Or do we want to get 1? 12%'s not a bad percent on a gun that has 10 bullets. Hi, Mando. Just the one? I think this one is a better one to get first. Yeah, we'll get this one first. And then we'll work on getting the others. Speed using a syringe. Absorbing blood above your maximum health has a 20% chance of generating a blood syringe. That's pretty good. Instead of dying, 50% chance. 50% chance, that's it? When below 20% health. Ooh, that's not bad. Okay. Arsenal. How much do we have? 1,200? Yeah, we'll upgrade the syringe. Upgrades for the shotgun are hella expensive. What does it upgrade to? Oh, 8 times 10. Okay, that's not bad. I think we're just gonna raise the fire rates. Okay.
Good choice. May fortune smile upon you.
Okay. So we got 1 chains, which we do have the... Don't we? I was gonna say, we have the... Yeah, there they are. I've made it to a Crisol stream, so I'm getting vibes of Maid of Scourge, but you see you can actually fight back. Kind of, yeah. Uh-oh. De Perla Oculta. Okay, so I guess that's where we're heading. I do wonder what's tucked back here. And there's a whole section around here. There it is. Did he just pull a shard of himself out? Okay. This is fine because there's a horse here. Gib horse. Okay. Hell yeah. We'll wait until we use a little bit more. Okay, do we want to go up or do we want to go to... We'll go up. We'll see where it goes. Oh, can I not? Can I shoot it down? No. Okay, so this is probably from the other side. This is probably our way back. I forget. Have we been here? Have we looked through this gate before? Oh boy, a drop down and no turning back. I'm sure that's actually, we're going to get that chicken. I want that chicken. Give me the chicken. That's kind of metal. Yes, we also have a shotgun. They're very cool. Oh, and a knife. And the knife is apparently the thing that holds blood. Because now we have 4 pips for the knife. All right. The sound thing is, though, is the shotgun is... Oh, no. Dolores.
Come out so that I won't tell it.
Dolores, please. Freight lift. There's something there. She's coming back. Oh my god, that got so loud all of a sudden. I hate Dolores. I hate Dolores so much. Oh no. Run!
There you are.
Fuck you!
You can't run forever.
Please go away.
You can't hide forever.
Okay, so we very obviously have to move this cart somewhere. Which, something tells me that we're gonna have to move it somewhere to climb up on top of it. The thing is, though, is I think she's also technically blind. So she only follows us based on sound. There's one of those babies again. Hold on, I'm curious. Do I just need to shoot the baby? Oh my god, I do. Okay, so those babies give a chunk of the soul stuff. That was 130. That was more than we get from a regular enemy. Okay. I'm gonna wait for her to pace back. Oh, I wonder if I can actually open that door. Can I? Oh, that probably is the door. Maybe? Again, reminder, that's a moving reliquary. Okay, I can't actually open it. See, she heard me running.
And man never forgets.
The sea? Stop. There's nothing. Shut up. God, she looks so cool. Wait, are those giant bones in her legs? Wait. If this is actually the body of a saint. Because it looks like there's bones on her arm. At least it looks, they look like bones. Are they, or is that part of the... Oh, those are bones.
Come out of your hole.
Do they consume blood or something else when you fire them? They consume other people's blood. Would you like to volunteer? I also modified one that actually sucks blood out of the person you're pointing it at and then shoots them with a bullet made out of the blood. Although that's not one that's on the wall. It looks kind of wonky. Yes, grins. Oh my god. Fuck off, Dolores. Yeah, we don't have that, right? No, we only have the bolt cutters. Okay.
You're close. I can smell your fear.
It's okay. She's kind of slow even when she aggroes. She's coming back. Oh, I can see the spot. Okay. We're gonna stick it. Let's go, buddy.
Done.
Oh my god. She's standing up straight. That was very weird. I didn't like that. Crow.
Fly high. Do not look back.
Okay, I better not get spontaneously shot by a crossbow. Okay. Hello? Coins. She's still trudging around down there. Although the fact that I saw those stables there kind of makes me think that it's probably where I'm gonna be coming out. Oh, gasoline can. Oh, right, for the sharpener's motorcycle. Okay. Wait, what are you on about? Oh, that's the scaffolding sound. Okay. Mod fairness that's unfairness? Oh no, abuses of power. I really feel like I definitely missed a lot of stuff. Interactable. Damn it. Galurian. Oh, those are creatures, aren't they? It's not the chickens, are they? Hello? All right, what's the puzzle gonna be this time? Oh. Yeller. Are we gonna get another... That didn't sound good. Being directed right into the fucking elevator doesn't feel good either. And I go straight to the basement? Oh boy, my favorite activities in horror games.
Hey, Gabe. Can I ask you a little something?
Mediodia. Mediodia.
Surprise me.
That whole lone wolf act of yours isn't because you...
What?
You know, that maybe you've never felt warmth beyond the flames of the sun?
That's cringe. Are you calling him a virgin?
That is none of your business.
Now it all makes sense. No wonder you're colder than an iceberg.
I took vows, all right? I chose this path. I do not have to explain myself to you.
No shame, Gabe. But between you and me, that mindset's a little outdated, don't you think?
Enough.
Huh?
I am not putting up with this nonsense any longer.
Okay. Ah, shit. Oh, a cute little office. At least it's not a spooky basement. Oh, I saw that flag move and it scared me. What's back there? Oh, it's a crow thing. Oh man, how do I get over there? Oh, never mind. I guess I'll get over there eventually. Look. 03/10/1985. It's been a year since Mother left me in charge. I still don't feel like I belong. Andina made it clear from the start I am not welcome. Nereda's getting worse. I feel more alone every day. The girls keep giving me these looks as if I were to blame, but what was I supposed to do? They all know the risk of this trade. I'm already doing more than enough by taking care of her. Briss's bathroom is a complete mess and water won't stop leaking. It looks like a fountain of tears. Sylvester told me that the pipes are falling apart. It doesn't sound cheap. I doubt knocking down a few walls will fix it. I wonder if they'll blame me for this too. Galena won't stop complaining about the noise from the construction. She says she hasn't been able to sleep at night. However, my biggest concern is still Ninfa and the child. Why are they doing construction at night? Thanks to see the room is far enough from all the commotion. The atmosphere has been the same for weeks, except for my dear Ninfa. She's the only one on my side. She knows exactly what I did for her when we found out she was pregnant with Padre Aurora's child. That pig breaks the rules just because he can. Others have been judged for far less, but Mother prefers to look the other way. Why is she so afraid of him? Today, Padre Aurora came by again asking about Ninfa. We told him she was unwell, fully aware of the danger the boy would be in if that monster ever discovered his existence. Delphina offered to take her place. I just hope she will not have to use the knife she always keeps hidden under her pillow. Today, I could have sworn I saw Andina spying on me. I'm certain that if someone had been poisoning the girl's mind, it's her. Mother says that after tonight, everything will change, that I just need to hold on a little longer. I don't know what she's planning, but if Aurora is involved, I doubt anything's good. Oh, there's a safe there. All right, we'll go here first. Ding dong.
Open from this
Damn it. Ding dong. Okay, also, I'm guessing that's a country flag. It looks weirdly like, isn't that Argentina's flag just without like the sun symbol? Tree, shell, lady, squid, Dolores, anchor. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, 6 options. Okay, I guess we'll figure that out as we go. Oh. Oh. Uh-oh. Wonky, but okay. Okay. What the fuck? Ooh! Is it making kind of pig-like sounds? Okay, so... Oh, there's an anchor right there. Chat right write that down. So we have an anchor on this paper right here. Huh. Oh. Oh, there's the vinyl. Something's shining over there, but I can't tell what it is. I don't see something similar to that anchor in the other room. Okay, hold on. Oh, B. Yoink. B. Oh, let's wait on that. A. Okay, so this, I'm thinking this is the first one. Anchor. That was so good, dude. That was so good. That was a good scare. Holy shit. Okay, so A is anchor. B is squid. So anchor squid. Let me go double check what the one that had the anchor was. E? E? Anchor, squid, anchor. Wait, what is this one? F? Why is there a slot out of that toilet? Yeah, I still don't see anything in here. Okay, we'll just test it. Anchor squid. Anchor. Okay, it doesn't work like that apparently. Apparently it's something else. All right, we'll figure it out. We have an ad break right now, so we'll take a brief commercial break. I'll give you all the fishing game. And we'll be back in a couple minutes. I may go see if I can snoop and find a snack real quick, because I'm getting hungrier. So I'll be back in a minute, chat. I will see you in a little bit. All right, guys. Sorry about that. I found some Funyuns. I was chowing down on Funyuns and some self-severity. All right. No one fishes out of sight, out of mind. Wait, did he catch a car? Did Beef catch a fucking car? All right, let's put these away. Let's stop the music. Back to shitting bricks and spending our own health on bullets. I don't know if I did this. Okay, so it was Anchor, Squid, Anchor, and then something else, but names. Oh. Hold on a second. Where's the book? Andina, Nerida, Brissa, Galena, and Nympha. Okay, so let's see. Andina's 1, Nerida's 2, 3 for Brissa, 4, 5 for Galena and Nympha. Okay. Okay, so Delphina and Nympha are on the right. Galena and Andina are on the left. Does that mean... Oh, no. Wait. No, okay, this was Nympha's room. And this one was... Oh, no. Delphina. Delphina offered to take her place. The knife under her pillow. Okay. Let's, I guess, just go explore the sections through here that are broken.
Galena's made it clear she won't take part. And moreover, Brad had the nerve to threaten to turn us in. What can we do? If her mother finds out, we're as good as dead.
She's right. Espina would never forgive us.
Ooh, okay.
Easy now. Just go warn the others. I'll make sure she keeps her mouth shut.
Call this rust bucket the beefmobile? Oh, no.
Little girl ruin our lives over a tantrum.
You know I'm grateful to Espina for everything she did, but handing over the business to that so-called daughter of hers is an insult. I've been here longer than anyone, and I don't have much time left before no client dares to share a bed with me. I should be in charge. I have more right to inherit the Espina name than the orphan. I thought the lady cared for me, but now I see she only used me to line her pockets. She used all of us. I'll take care of Marta. Will you clear out the safe? Remember the order. AFBE. Oh. Okay. Never mind. So that is Anchor F. F is the one that doesn't seem to have one, right? Okay. AFBE. So that means it's Anchor, blank, Squid, Anchor? Yes. Ta-da! Oh, a little ram. Okay, no notes. That's unfortunate. All right, let's see if we can progress further. Oh yeah, we definitely can. Ding dong. Oh, it was a shell. It wasn't a hole on it. Yes, we're dinging. I know one of you chuckle fucks is back here. Oh, no, wait, it's you. You're blocked. There it is. Shit. God damn it. Ow, that fucking hurt. Jesus. Okay. Why can't I just look through? Oh, there's a hole.
It should open from the other side.
Oh, shit. Okay, then I have to go up and drop down. Okay, this was... Oh, Jesus! That's 2 coagulated bullets in a row. 3! Oh, Jesus! Whew! That was really good. That was a lot of coagulated bullets. That 12%'s feeling a little higher than that. Okay. This, I think, connects to the lobby. Okay, good. Let's go upstairs. I'm just gonna go ahead and just take my meds. All right, any chuckle fucks with the crossbow up here? Okay, I'm guessing this is part of the construction that they were on about. Oh, okay, it's literally just a... Is it? Oh, yeah. Just...
What a mess. I've spent the whole day wrestling with this damn leak. I can't focus.
Ah, there it is.
What happened this morning just won't leave my head. I must be seeing things. El Santo Timonel would never set foot in a place like this. Impossible. It must be the exhaustion. It has to be.
Wait. Rusty pipes.
Mess. I've spent the whole day wrestling with this damn leak. I can't.
Oh.
What happened this morning just won't leave my head.
Oh, the saints. Okay, he saw Father Aurora here.
Would never set.
He saw Father Aurora here. Okay. All right, so now we need to go check the other side. We got the collectible. Now we need to go get that crow's relic. Do that. I don't want to interact with that yet because I feel like it's something else.
Step inside.
Project Lilum, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. How are you doing? Welcome to the show. I knew it! Come on, Chucklefuck. Okay. Whew. No healing items in here. Oh, man. Okay. Joy. And I can already hear that there's other things on the other side. Scheming and shenanigans for tomorrow? Ooh, what are you doing tomorrow? What's this game about? We are a priest-ish, sent by the Church of the Sun to go investigate Tormentosa, a stronghold of a different religion focused around the sea. And when we get here, everybody's been murdered, and all their statues have come to life. Oh god, it's one of the fucking masks. They were technically also supposed to be in like the midst of a
What's your pleasure?
of a big
What's
festival.
Your fear?
We came here, we got absolutely schmurdered, and then suddenly came back to life, and now every weapon that we grab becomes imbued with our blood. Something's gonna be in here, isn't it? Oh, okay, it's money. Whew. Works for me. All right, we check the closet first before we go into the big room. Hello.
I'm not going to be part of this, Lena.
Don't
Lena.
you get it? That bitch gets rich while we risk our necks for scraps. Look at poor Delphina, stuck in bed now.
What happened to her was a tragedy, yes. But Miss Martha had nothing to do with it.
Popular amongst the weapons around here? True.
Or have you forgotten who helped me when I got pregnant?
I don't know if you could call it a religious war. We're still trying to figure it out.
It's my turn to protect her. Are we clear?
Like, I still don't fully understand why they're doing this. But we do know the people that we're hunting down are like descendants of certain saints previously. So it's kind of wonky. Ding dong. Hi, guys. Woo! Hate you, I hate you. Okay. What's the question, Derp? The reasoning behind a good portion of this? Crow relic. More upgrades! Alright, well, we already have enough to get that one crow relic upgrade. Hopefully we can find another one, maybe? Oh, wait, we missed gasoline. Totally didn't see gasoline. Oh, there it is. Huh. The clang, they even added a clang to stepping on the washing machine. Okay, that's a nice touch. I'm gonna heal myself again. And I think we got everything. Yeah, okay. Okay, then we need to double check the writing thing. Super soaker I've ever seen. Yeah, terminal velocity blood. Okay, so I'm thinking maybe we know the password to the safe, but just want to double check just in case that's what we need.
Galena's made it clear she won't take part. And moreover, the little
Notes. It's under notes. AFBE. AFBE. Galena, Ninfa, Andina, Delphina. Although I think we're just going to pry this open. Oh, no, wait, never mind. Okay, hold on. Let's do the save. Okay. Think it's battery powered? I don't think it is. Oh, okay, I see my highlights. Oh. Oh no, these aren't right. Wait, what? Okay, do we have notes for this? One mention. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay. I don't think that's going to be useful. Andina, Nerida, Brissa. Yeah, I'm thinking it's going to be this one. So Andina, Nerida, Brissa. And then Andina, Nerida, Brissa. Galena, Ninfa. Delphina. Galena, Nympha, Delphina. No? Ah, shit. We're gonna have to go to the rooms, aren't we? Ugh. Okay, we're missing something. What are we missing? We've taken everything from all the rooms. So there's something we're misunderstanding. Oof. Notes. I wonder if any of their staff was absorbed from the Bioshock staff. No clue. Yes, I am. I mean, there were numbers. There were numbers on the door, or letters, sorry. The thing is, it doesn't seem like it's relevant. The letter order, which was from... It's not memories, was it? No, it was notes. AFBE, but this was to open the safe. So this isn't relevant to this door. I feel like this is relevant to the door. Okay, wait. Who was the one that was complaining about construction? Brissa. Okay, so we know Brissa. This should be here. Yes. So F is Brissa. Okay, F is Brissa. It's been a year since Mom left me in charge. Okay, so they were gathered in the other room, Andina, which means Andina needs to be D. Because we know that's the room they were scheming in. E is the one that has the statue currently dying or stabbing somebody in their room. Noise from the construction. Okay, thanks to the C, the room is far enough. So Nympha and the kid are on the other side. So I think Galena is the one in the middle. Okay, so we know Nympha's somewhere on this side. You're just getting worse. Atmosphere's been the same for weeks, except for my dear Nympha. She's the only one on my side. Diagonally across? The thing is, I think when she says the sea, no, she's probably referring to the sea as in the religion. Have a good time, Derps. Thank you for hanging out. A demon? No, Eldritch. Eldritch monster. Use the knife she always has under her pillow. Okay, hold on. So these I think are fine. Then, so who had a knife under their pillow? Okay, there's a baby thing here. So this is the child's room. This is Nympha's room. B. Okay, well, nothing happened here, so maybe it's Merida down here. No, still doesn't work. So we've done something wrong. A bunch of cigarettes. Wheelchair. Okay, so this is the one that's sick, which was Neridia? Nerida? Nerida. Right? She was the one that was sick. Yeah. So she's C. That's fine. What did Delphina have again? Okay, she's the one that had the knife under her bed. So let's go see if... I don't think this is hers. I think this is somebody else's. No knife to check for. Thing is, this is mostly empty. The mirrors are broken. Was there anybody that had a problem with their image? Because both mirrors are completely broken. Oh no, Halo, what have you done? What have you done, Halo? All right, hold on. All right, let me see. Is that Tootsie? It looks like Tootsie in the background. Gun. Just gun. Let me see here, just for everyone in chat's sake. There you go. Gun. No, I better not save that just in case it opens a folder it's not supposed to. I would immediately turn around and just blast Tootsie in the face. It would be done. It would be done. What have them eyes seen? So much. So much. Ah, yes, gun brand gun. Okay, cigarettes. Okay, so we've got somebody wrong on this side. Who has a knife under their pillow? This one really isn't super helpful. No, whoops. This one we know is the construction. This one I'm confident on. Aha. Okay, so that's D. So let me double check. J. It was... Delphina. Okay, so Delphina has the knife and she's D. So we need to change Ondina and Nareda. Ondina. No? Seriously? Has still be a good day that they please oopsie poopsie. Well, too bad it doesn't work. Narita, Nympha, Ondina, Delphina, Galdina, Brista? You think Narita is where Delphina's supposed to be? And Delphina's supposed to be... Yep, the knife was under the... Bombina? Bombina's not in this game. Probably. I mean, it's worth a shot. Raggle fraggle.
It's strange. I should be praying, but all I can think about is her.
'Cause gay.
My heart shattered every time I looked through that stupid peephole.
Wait, who? Nympha?
I watched her smile at them, whisper in their ears, pretending to feel things I wished were meant only for me.
Oh my god. Oh my god, closet lesbian?
I remember when our eyes met, and I couldn't stop wondering, deep down, did she...
Oh, she's mad? That's fine. Maybe I just had the names mentally mixed up. I don't know. Nothing in the box. Okay. Pearl medallion. All right, that's 2 of 3.
Someone made her suffer.
All right, I'm gonna guess this door is probably just gonna spit us outside. Not gonna lie, because that's usually what these... Almost. Uh-oh. Okay. There's a sacrificed chicken. Okay, then. Well, there's outside. Little octopus. Oh, that's cute. Wait a second. Hold on. Oh no. Oh no, 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 no. Uh-oh. I need to go check something. Where is it? Okay, no, that's not it. Whew! I think? Yeah, it can't be it. I'm pretty sure. I was checking the thumbnail that I made and I was like, wait, is this the door that Dolores shows up in? No, this is the sewer.
I'm sure you think I was a fool for trusting him, and I don't blame you.
Yeah.
I thought that if
For trusting Aurora, correct.
I could keep my mermaid safe. What I never could have imagined was that by kneeling before
Well, aside from the statues coming to life and killing everyone, that's all we know. We don't know why. We don't really know what Aurora's thing is yet. The hell? Huh. Nasty. Nasty. Ominously long sewer system. I guess this is where we're going. Oh. Ah, fuck. There's 100% gonna be little fuckers in here, isn't there? Oh. When do I get to be done with this quarter? Oh no. Get the fuck away from me! Oh my god, Jesus. Oh, and you're still fucking alive? Hate that. Oh my god, dude. They're so fucking radly too, you can't even shoot the fucking Molotov. Oh my god, why didn't you die? Oh, come on! Oh, that sucks. That sucks so much. Oh, it's the hammer. And Dolores. Oh, sorry, not the hammer. It's that wrench thing. Hi, Dolores. Okay, so this is what it meant. Oh, okay, this is the barn that we were at. So we want to go there, I think. I hope. We really don't have any health to deal with Dolores right now. Bubborn! Yay, Bubborn! What if we were to pass the other direction again when she was over there? I hope. Oh! Thing is, there was an interactable over there that I'm kind of curious about what it is. What was... Oh, duh. It was this. A fucking course. We're just gonna get up here to get away from her right now. Because, again, I have 4 pips of health, and that sucks. Big doo-doo. Where's this gonna take us? Okay, it's gonna spit us out back by the blood fountain. That's good. Is she pacing even deeper into over there? What the hell? 3 more than needed. 1 HP in a dream, baby. 1 HP in a dream. Where the fuck is she? Also, does anybody remember, was she always this creaky? Was she this creaky when we first ran into her? Oh, goodness. Also, wait a second. Look right there. There's another cart. What does that do? Oh, maybe it's just a cut through. There she is. I definitely had enough time if I didn't just, if I hadn't just come up here. She is such a cool monster, by the way. I want to shake the person who designed Dolores, because that is a cool-ass monster design. It's gonna make a lot of noise. What if it just goes right up? Okay. So we're 2 for 3. I'd very much like to get some health. Thank you. All right, let's get some upgrades.
My hero, let me reward you.
Which was... There it is. It's not exactly great. I think I'd rather save. Yeah, especially for like the parry. I need to try and parry more. The thing is though, is I'm doing a good job of keeping distance. Pass through enemies. Ooh. Reloading. Okay, never mind. That's worth it more. We're gonna save for that one. Okay. Durability. Oh, right, sharpness. We're just gonna increase the damage. All right. Sure. More ammo capacity.
You have good. You're my best customer.
I will always take more ammo capacity for the pistol. Okay, so we're missing another section. Where are we missing? Right there. Because now we have the freight lift thing. What is this? Another freight lift. Is this... No. Maybe? Is it one of the stores? I can't tell on some of these maps. And then there's more freight lifts. This is the... Okay, this is the one that wants the 3 mermaids. That's the one that's there. Oh, that's me. So, I guess we'll go check out whatever this section is. Because I guess we just didn't do it. Did I save? I don't remember if I saved. I think I did. All right. So we're going up back inside. Yes. And then it was... Elevator?
Something must be blocking it.
Ah, okay. How the fuck did I get over there? Up and over? Hmm. There's gotta be a way to get in there. Back here real quick. I want to see these glaring. Okay, they are the chickens. Here, we'll do this real quick. We can just reload the guns and then get the chickens. Okay. Dang, the language barrier debuff? Oh no. Okay. There's nothing back here, right? Hmm. Okay. I know this is where we need to put them, but La Fortuna, is that where we need to go? Jesus, where's an entrance? I'm guessing this is where we need to go, but I really don't see a entrance because it's not on ground zero. My God, I hate this map. I hate this map. Cause like, Jesus, dude. Go there. Okay, I think we need to go out the other side. All the absorbed beaten bows go. Nom, 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 nom. Nom, 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 nom. Okay. Okay, yeah, then we have the... Wait, did this show up on the map? Okay. Shh. Oh, hi, Dolores. It is very funny that she just kind of trounces them. No? Okay, yeah, this is the section that we went through, basically just like sprinted our way out of. Luckily, though, I don't think we actually need to go that way. I think we need to go up. No, we don't. We need to go across, apparently. That's... Ooh, kind of need that. All right, come on, chitters. I just realized he has 4 arms. Okay. Oh, there it is. It's in the trash can. Okay, then we're gonna go back here. Oh, that hasn't come down yet. What's that? How do you get up there? Oh, okay, that's part of the Esmeralda. So... Okay. Hi, Dolores. I hear you. Yeah, then this was blocked. Okay, so if we look here, there's another way in. Ish? No return jump, which means it's probably going down. Yeah, okay. So... Ugh. Okay. Great, now this is just navigating what is possibly the worst Resident Evil inspired map I've had to deal with. So I'm pretty sure this is the section we're going to use to get in. Somehow. I think it's that connection right there. Oh yeah, it definitely is. Okay. So what is this? Is it this? Okay, it is. We need to go back across. We need to go up that ladder next to the thing we just lifted. Yes, Dolores, I hear ya. Hi, ma'am. Maybe a while? At least a while. Because I feel like at some point you're probably going to be a boss. Centipede. Centipede? Like this we can't get up yet, which makes me think it's going to be our way out from the Esmeralda. Mechanicus bitch. I think she's pretty cool if she wasn't so horrifying. The thing is, though, is it looks like those are her bones that make up the arms and the legs, which then raises the question, what the fuck was Esmeralda like when she was, not Esmeralda, Dolores like when she was alive? Oh.
Should be able to get through.
There we go. Now we're getting there. Why is it so fucking dark in there? Well, come on, boys. Don't keep me waiting. Ding dong. Please die. Thank you. Oh, you're not dead. That's fine. I smack you in the butt. Oh, I got an achievement. Defeat an enemy with a knife. You know what? I'll take it. Okay. Gasoline. The amount of gasoline I'm getting really makes me feel like I'm not using my knife to its fullest potential. Another little home shrine. Why is the water so fucking loud? I hear you, bitches. I hear Dolores too. Oh, that's the door we had to open to get to something else. What was it? I have forgotten. Hi, Dolores. She's so cool, dude. That's a good monster design. Ding dong. Ah, oh my fucking god. I swear these guys are getting tougher. I swear these guys are getting tougher. Please give me health. We went from having so many animals and stuff to absorb to basically nothing. Hi, Tootsie. I hear you, chuckle fucks. And I don't have nearly enough help. Oh, sorry, tab is the 180 button. Oh, and I can see the sharpness of my knife. I'm already down half sharpness. I knew it. Shit. Nope. Come on. Please. A smidgen of health in a dream. Pizza bagels. Oh, baguettes. Baguettes? Baguettes. Hello? Oh, okay. Ugh. I kind of wish the witch would like let us buy stuff from her, because I don't think I have any. Okay. Some bullets. That's a big room. Why? Why do you taunt me so? Oh my god. Hello?
No creature deserves to live in a cage.
Please, please be health. God damn it. Ah. Oh, it is ad jail. Damn it. All right. I'm not going to go anywhere, but I will give you all music. I do need to check Discord, though. I have a lot of notifications for some reason. Okay. You wanna know what one of the worst downsides of there being a Hold on. All right, the downside of like one of the biggest current like fringe slop games that everybody still wants to play, being a horror game, is that I hate the game and it gives me a fucking headache. So many people are playing Repo again. Or still playing Repo? I don't know. I felt like it had like a little lower player thing for a while. I can't play Repo. I can't. I get the worst headaches playing Repo. And so many people are like, one person did it today, but I've had more recently. And I have to turn them all down because within 30 minutes, I'm like, I want to leave. I'm having fun, but I want to leave. No, it's not too spooky. I don't know if it has something to do with the way like the audio is in that game or if it's something else, but I get a raging headache 30 minutes in. They're never playing the games like Repo with chat. You'll have to live with it, Sunstar, because we're going to be playing Outlast tomorrow. You know, I'm not going to lie. That crying emote you've been using, Sunstar, at a distance, I legitimately thought it was like a little kid wearing a pink froggy hat. For some reason. Because at a distance, it looks like the kid's crying. She's wearing like a big froggy hat, and it looks like the froggy hat is crying too. But then I just clicked and I'm like, oh, that's her hair, and she has like little flowers in her hair. You'd have to pay me. You'd have to pay me a lot to play Huntsman again. A lot to play Huntsman. I'm talking like probate levels of shill to get me to play Huntsman all the way through. Oh my god. Huntsman never again? I know, let's just fucking tell you that. That's why I'm saying it'd be a ludicrous amount. You'd have to pay for like the whole 3D model. The whole thing. Alright, so let's put the fishing game away. Put the music away. I actually do need a drink of water. Cowards, all of you, fight me, Penguin. I will beat your ass like a Cherokee drum. RV there yet? I have no interest in it. I have no interest in RV there yet. Just as a whole, I don't want to spend money on it. Okay, that's the hole we came out of. Okay, this way. Oh, what are you? Oh, another Miramonto page. Okay. Something else through there. No health in a dream. No health in a dream. Fuck. Oh wait, no, that's not the gate I thought it was. Okay, well, we definitely have to do this. Gasoline. Okay, this is the other gate. The one that we came up to and then had to loop back around.
Sharper than ever.
Oh my god, a horse. Thank God. It's something. Ding dong. Barbershop, anyone? Oh. Uh-oh.
There's something drawn on the mirror.
There is? Oh. Coral.
And this one too. There's something drawn on the mirror.
Shell. So shell coral. squid. Squid shell coral. Anchor squid shell coral. Anchor squid shell coral. Nice. Oh, that's it. Okay. That's fine. That raises our max health, I think. Right? Right? It just automatically raises health. Okay, it looks like it does. I think it shows us. Okay, yeah. We're still missing 3 fucking Solari brooches. Oh, shit. Oh, okay, the way to open it is up here, if I remember right. Will you play middle-aged men? Oh, are you talking about the other thing? Or the RV thing? RV variants? Again, it's just a game that I'm just like, don't really care. Just don't really have any interest in it. Give me those coins. Triton, that is a Peramachos de Verde. Muchos. Machismo, if you will. Who's the one guy from Fairy Tale that always says parfum? His Japanese version is way better than the English version. More monies. Money, shmoney. Shmoney. Oh. That she'll play with chats? We're playing Outlast Trials tomorrow. Come play Outlast Trials with me. Hello?
Still mad?
What do you want now? I am busy.
Relax, big
That's
guy.
not good.
I'm just calling to say sorry. All right?
Forget it. I did not expect you to understand anyway.
More than you think. It's just that I do believe in love. Even if it makes us screw things up big time. Look, why don't we just drop the bad vibes? You're not exactly the life of the party, but deep down, way down, you could even say you're a decent guy.
You have a very strange way of apologizing.
True.
Admit it. You're starting to like me too, aren't you?
No.
Dislike you.
All right, let's do this.
It will not open for this.
Of course. Ding dong. That is slot machines? Oh my god, chat, it's gamba time. Chickens. Which means I get to reload the shotgun. Excellent. Excellent. Wait, what? Any of the Trinity blob people games? Blob people games? Blob? Bear cow. Where'd he go? Oh, Coco. Okay. I hear you chuckle fucks over there. Ding dong. Never mind, that may just be water. At least it seems to be water.
What more could I ask for? A few rounds of dominoes, a fine cigar, getting absolutely plastered on Capella, and all of it with the best friends a man could have.
Let's drink to that.
I don't know about you guys, but I feel kind of bad for Juan. I can just picture him, all bitter, watching Espina's daughter shake her ass.
Huh.
Oh, Juanilla, you don't know what you're missing.
You're right. Let's drink to Juan.
To Juan!
Okay, so this domino closest to me is flipped. The double tails, or the tentacle and tail, doesn't make any sense where it is. Or does it? It's 4. Okay, 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 okay. So A tail is equal to 4. A tentacle is equal to 2. Interesting. Okay, I wonder why that's going to be relevant later. There's also a fish. So maybe a fish is 6, but we don't know. It's not placed anywhere. Ah, a fish is 3. Okay. So, tentacle, fish, tail. Yeah, tentacle, fish, tail. Oh, and there's the shell. Okay, tentacle, fish, tail. Tentacle, fish, tail, shell. Okay, can somebody write that down? Tentacle, fish, tail, shell. We are going to go explore the rest of the place to try and get some supplies. Methinks. Me. I'm going to go over here first. Bathroom? Bathroom? Bathroom. That looks like a VTuber if I've ever seen one. Ding dong? Yes! Worth it. Where's that water leaking from? All right, thank you, Mando. Woo! I hate you. Okay. That's fine, I suppose. Why is there a head there? So you are made of wood. Toilet drugs? Yeah, toilet drugs. Toilet drugs that I'm already about to have to fucking use. I do wish I could spend the extra money to get some stuff. But oh fucking well. Oh fucking well. Other doors. Let's go do this one so that we can unlock the other way.
Interest? I don't have that kind of money.
Should have thought of that earlier, kid. The Hook gang doesn't forgive a single coin.
It's soccer, but they're all fucking bulls and I'm forgetting the word.
I'll do anything. Just say the word.
Actually, there is something you can do for me.
Hi, Sal.
Of course, just tell me. I'm at your service.
Oh, Jesus.
I've heard you and Spina girl, Elena, are quite the close friends. Isn't that right?
Yes, sir.
The one that the guys downstairs were just talking about that he had to go to?
But please, leave her out of this. She's got nothing to do with it.
Listen, son. You're in no position to negotiate. It's either that, or you end up sleeping with the fish sooner than expected.
Some dude with an eye patch? Okay. God, these sharks, dude. Oh. All right, we'll go to the dead end room. Oh.
What a lovely surprise.
Nothing in here. Oh man. Okay, she's not important.
Oh, don't be so cruel, miss. You wouldn't want to break a old man's heart, would you?
No. What I really want is to rip it out.
Fiery as ever.
Alright, what's the note? Helena, you've always been the most ambitious of my sirens, which is why I've entrusted you with La Fortuna Esmeralda. It is crucial that you keep the players glued to their seats, convinced that their luck could change at any moment while we ensure the scales always tip in our favor. The power of the Espana family depends on it. P.S. Don't forget the keys to opening the vault lies in the rules of dominoes. Take a scroll around the game tables to jog your memory if you must. Remember to pay special attention to the symbols of Tormentosa. An easy feat for a Little Mermaid. With all my heart, Mama. Okay. That we already knew. So, again, I'm kind of just exploring for the sake of getting stuff. Oh, Jesus.
Elena's locked herself tight in the vault. There's no way to open it without the combination.
Just wait till I get my hands on her. Nobody messes with Don Mauricio.
That's such a cool vault, dude.
Get that damn door open, whatever it takes.
Now we're gonna do it in minutes.
We could try it from the street. It's not reinforced on that side. Though it would take us forever to bring it down.
Then use gunpowder, idiot. Or do I have to do everything myself?
As if you actually would, dude. Good night, Prey. Oh, hi, guys.
Sir, Elena's still in there.
Please die. We gotta use the fucking syringe. Hello? Footsteps? Have we gone this way? Okay, yeah, we've gone that way. Here, let's go back down here then and see what this room is. I was thinking this was where something important was going to be. Hello? God damn it! I don't have any shotgun ammo. Hey, hello! Uh-oh. Come on through, boys. Woo. Please die. Please die. Woo. Jesus. When do we get the other weapons? Or... Oh! Go on, buddy. Uh-oh. Just standing here in the dark, big man. Die! Jesus! Again, we get so much money, but really doesn't feel like I have anything to spend it on when it seems to always rely on these crow relics. Nothing else? I didn't miss anything? Nope. Nope, that was entirely for crow relic. Okay. All right, we're going back up. We're gonna go do the puzzle. Interesting. Oh. Oh, no. Okay, so... 2... Wait. I can rotate. Okay, let me think here. So 1. Where's 1? Right here. Tentacle is equal to... What? What was tentacle again? Where's the thing that we wrote down? Can somebody put it again? Mando, right? You wrote it down. Can you scroll up and find it? So... Okay, I can see where this goes. I visible ear? What? Okay, so it started at 2 and went to 5, right? 2 is tentacle, 3 is fish, 4 is tail, 5 is shell. Okay. So 1 to 1 tentacle is 2. Tail was 4, which means I need 2 and 4 out here. Oh, whoops. 2 and 4. Although the question is, does it actually need to connect? Here, let's do it this way. So then... and then it would need to be 2 to 4. No? Oh, because fish is on 1. Is there another one that ends in 4? Tentacle. No? No, that wouldn't work. Ugh. Okay, so tail needs to be 4. Fish needs to be 5. There is an outer 5. Here? I was thinking they need to match, but... oh, I'm an idiot. They can't match. They have to go somewhere else. Because they're not organized properly. Yeah, okay, so the center ones aren't organized right. Are on point. Thank you, Sal. I am just as confused as I can be with this puzzle. So, outer section needs to be fish is 5. Tail is 2. Is this right? Okay. So wait, was it? Where was all the tentacle fish? So tentacle is 2. Not correct. Damn it. Okay, so okay. Okay, so this is what it needs to be at. Which means I need to find the 6. See how it rotates like that? So that means I need... okay. This is how it needs to point. So that means I need 6 over there. Okay, that's not the right one. I think it's 2 more. Okay. Okay, so... oh, whoops. What does this do when I rotate it? I only need to rotate this to I need to rotate it clockwise, which means if I rotate it clockwise, okay. So those two are correct. So wrong direction. Shit. I'm kind of off right now, so hold on. Wait, what was fish again? Fish was 3? Good night, Tuka. To drinking the cow blood? Oh my god. It's just drinking cow blood. Okay, it's just 3. So I need to rotate. Okay, it needs to move twice. Now. Okay. Okay. Fuck! Never mind. There we go. That's it? That was the vision? Oh yeah, it's just a scream. Okay then. I'm in fact going to take all the money that I can find in here. So this definitely means that they blew a hole in the back. All right, ma'am. I'm sorry. I'm taking all your flesh. And blood. Most importantly, your blood. Nice.
Got everything I need. I should head back to Cuerno and Vino.
Okay. Okay, this is the ladder that was behind the store. So to get back to, we go down. Okay, and then we're just going under the thing. That's fine. We're going back to the witch. The back out of safes. It was a vault. Well, it would have been a vault if the back was actually metal cased. Hi, Dolores. I ain't running across here until she paces back the other direction. She's so cool. Okay, then we just go here. We go straight across. Hi, Mara. Okay. Yeah, we'll top off from the blood fountain while we're here. Oh, wait, what? Oh, son of a bitch. Okay. Skills.
I'm bankrupt, but I owe you one.
Durability? Do we want durability for the knife? It is pretty low. Actually, we're getting that reload speed. And then, yeah, if we can afford it, we're getting it.
Good choice.
We have 2 relics. Thing is, though, is I think I wanted to save for... that one. The reloading costs less blood. Yeah, which costs 4.
See anything that catches your eye? Come back soon, handsome.
All right, back to the hideouts. Which was upstairs, wasn't it? Upstairs back there? Oh god, wait, how do you get there? Oh, Christ. Oh, I guess it doesn't matter now. Because I think we moved like a cart or something up here. Yeah, there's the cart. And we just go back in the window. Hello? Ah. Oh, they have the shapes on the back. That's what they've been by the indentations. Okay. Okay. And then I'm guessing we need the recipes. Drowned Man's Wish, 3 Mermaids Cocktail. Guessing we need to do 3 Mermaids Cocktail. So, gin 4 parts, Medusa 3, seaweed 2. Okay. So, green. Huh? Oh, do I just fill it? Ah. Okay. We're gonna empty them.
Well, look at you.
I get it. I get it. Okay, so we're gonna fill seaweed liqueur first, which is green. And then we're gonna add Medusa. What color was Medusa? Okay, Medusa's the pink one. Oh, wait, I fucked it. All right, hold on. I know what I did wrong, though. Fill you. Reduce you by 1. Fill you. Reduce by 1. Fill you. And then reduce you all by 1. Right? No? 4, 3, 2. Blue is the gin. Maybe it's not counting it as 2 parts here. Oh no, the lever. Oh, I had to interact with the lever. Damn it. I just hang on to the door as it opens. Oh, that's right. It pivots around. That's why. It was pivoting around whenever we came into the room. Flared base one. It doesn't even have a flared base. It has a flared top. All right. Do you think she's dead?
It's funny when you think about it.
No, she's not dead. Okay.
My last words would be to a servant of the sun. Life's
We also don't know why these people hate
sense of humor.
the Sun Church.
Don't get me wrong, boy. I'm not asking for your forgiveness. I just have one request. Put an end to Arroyo.
Abso-fucking-lutely.
Make sure my mermaids didn't die for nothing.
Are you about to commit? Why do you make sounds like that? You sound
Where are
her.
you hiding, Herminia? Do not make me come looking for you.
Oh, shit. Well then. Okay.
It should open from the other side.
Uh-oh. Ugh. Guess we're going down. For some reason. What's in the fucking water? Oh, come on. All right, we're going this way. What in the sweet fuck are you? Ow. Oh, Jesus. Hates. 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 Fuck you. They mitoses? Mitoses? Sure. I guess. Oh boy. Chickens, my favorite. Really out here spreading hate, schmo? What do you mean? What did I do? All right, let's go ahead and unlock this. And then we're probably gonna have to go the other direction. Although it'd probably be better just to drop down again instead of having to run past all of them again. Oh, it's gonna let me now that this thing's in the way? I don't know if it is. Hope it is. Okay. Excuse me. I hate you things. I hate you things so much. Okay, so I need to go that way. Excuse me. Hi, you ugly freak. Excuse me. Ow! Ow! Get out of the way! Oh, I hate him. Oh, I hate him. Gimme. Fuck you. You sound worse, and I refuse to make eye contact. I hate them. 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 What the fuck do you mean become visible? Shut the fuck up. Oh, we got a pig. Sea pig. It seems like they kind of actually wanted me to fight those things. Yeah, might as well. Sorry, Piggy. Uh-oh, what does that mean, Beef? What questions? Pig Blood Sub game? We played it like weeks ago, but we only did like one session of playing. I fucking knew it. I fucking knew it.
You could not live with the guilt, could you? I hope the sun allows you to be with your mermaids.
Well then. Espina's dagger. Oh, that's right. When we absorb the saints, they all turn into daggers.
Thousands of
Ooh!
devotees journeyed to
Finally,
the island,
cutscenes.
hoping to prove themselves worthy of his affection.
His?
Some tried reciting beautiful
Oh, the sun.
poetry, others composing the sweetest melodies. But only one soul could truly capture his blazing heart. A young princess named Dolores.
Oh!
Her spirit was so pure that even God himself could not help but fall deeply in love. From that day,
Oh no.
Dolores became his queen, and the sun, blinded by love,
Oh, that's not...
vowed to remain
entirely up to you. It depends on how you interpret it.
until the
If you're dressing
end
pretty,
of
you're dressing pretty, and it doesn't matter or anything. Okay. So... now we know Dolores is seemingly, or was, the sun's lover. But why is she here? Why is she in Tormentosa where they seemingly worship the sea instead? That's a big room.
Arroyo, are you still there?
Captain Escudero, sooner than I expected. Are you starting to doubt already?
My faith is stronger than you think, preacher.
For now. But your journey is only beginning. I assure you, when the time comes, you won't see the sun the same way again. Tell me, aren't you curious what led Madre Dolores to turn her back on him?
Oh.
I swear by the sun, I will tear out your tongue with my bare hands.
Bark all you want, but you know full well, blood doesn't lie.
Oh, okay. I'm having more questions and a lot more concerns. Editor-in-chief types that's right for Vogue. Oh, that would be adorable. Kind of wish those would be giving me health stuff. I haven't walked past any, have I? No? Okay. Have no health potions. Have no health potions. I think I found the seam. Ooh!
There you are.
Hi, Dolores. Elevator. It's far off on the mechanic assessment. I don't know if it's her or if she's like possessed by something else. Oh, hey. Where the fuck am I? No return jump, of course. Okay, we're right next to the okay. To the gates. Are y'all gonna... okay, you're gonna let me back through. Okay. Complete chapter 1. Yay.
I have the legacy.
Woohoo, Gabe! 2 down, 2 to go! You're doing great. But, hey, you don't sound too thrilled.
Is it true that the sun fell in love with that monster Dolores?
Duh! Everyone knows that. Total soap opera material. See, even God's got a soft spot.
And when exactly were you planning to tell me?
Would you have believed me anyway?
Come, one and all.
Some things are
No
better
victory
discovered on
without a
your
reward.
own.
Trade your tickets.
No one likes
here.
to hear that the sun isn't as perfect as they thought.
You're starting to sound like Arroyo.
Oh, you little... You almost made me drop a nasty word. Dang it, Gabe. Ugh, whatever. Get your butt over to the Ram District. Like it or not, we
Winning
still
was
got
the
work
hard
to do.
part. Now comes the fun. Pick your prize.
Now, I still don't... Can we actually win more prizes now? Hold on.
Now that's
Oh, we
a
can.
punch, sailor. Here are your tickets.
Nice. Okay, we need to find the... That's 6. The other one was 5. All right, hold on.
Hurry! Douse the flames before it's too late.
Because now we can get more tickets, we can get more prizes, we can get a crow thing. Blah 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 blah. Because it seems like... Uh-oh. We lost water pressure. Come on! Jesus. Nice.
The hero of Tormentosa. Please collect your prize.
Yes, yes, they are carnival games.
You don't need 8 arms to win.
Oh, this is the... This is the spam one, if I remember right.
Claim your tickets.
All right. It seems as you can only get tickets though between the sessions. But this is what I want most. Thank you.
Come one and all. No victory without a reward. Trade your tickets here.
We'll get this. Nice.
Chosen one. Give the games a try. Let's see if the sun is...
All right, can I check on the map? Oh, nice. Okay. Oh, it won't change the floors on the map.
May the sun guide you.
Come on.
You brother. I finally feel we're in good hands.
You okay, buddy? Okay, wait, wasn't there one on this somewhere? No? Is it up here? Here's one. 12. Damn it.
When I was
Hi.
a kid, the carousel felt like the most magical thing.
Button masher? I mean, that was what you're supposed to do for the game.
Pile of rusty junk.
Okay, where the fuck?
You sure polished off that galore.
I have 2 brooches I want to use. Where the fuck do I use them? Where are you? 4. I think we have 2 and 3, don't we? Ah, shit. Okay. So 3 has got to be around here somewhere. Maybe it's up there.
Never made it this far before.
14! 5's right over there. What the fuck? Okay, is this going to be 13? 9. Okay, now I'm getting annoyed. 6, 5, 6. I guess it's down below then? What are you? 13. Okay, so...
Well done.
Are you in here? Hello? No, this is where we came out of a long time ago. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, okay. Wait, what did that say? 7, 4... Ugh. Is it like not registering these for some reason? You look like a normal person.
Step inside, step inside.
Okay, that's 1. That's the first one we found. Where would it be? Upstairs? Inside? $15. Fuck. Balcony? No. Ah! Hello? Nothing! God damn it! 10! Fuck! Do I need to look up a map online to find where these fucking treasure chests are?
They say the sun sent you. And I'm starting to believe it.
Fraggle. It's not in there. That's a barrel.
May the sun guide you, brother. I finally feel we're in good hands.
Smell you later. Oh, that's right. That's 7. Fuck, dude. Where is it? Okay, it's gotta be upstairs somewhere.
2 down, 2 to go.
I swear I know that voice. Can I get a snooze in the ad break? 6. 5 is back here.
Prizes for everyone. Bring your tickets.
Then it's gotta be... I feel like there's a path to it, right? It can't just be random.
We've never made it this far before.
4. 3 has to be nearby. It's not in here, is it? Nope. Okay. Oh, I'm gonna have a conniption. Oh, I'm gonna have a conniption. A knipping? Yeah, as a treat. 2! Yay! Oh. Oh, they don't... Wait, there was like 3 of them in there. Why'd that only give me 1? Oh, well. Okay, so 4 was back this way, which means 3 has to be somewhere around here, right? We know that's 4? No, that's 6. 2. 3? Please be 3. Yay! A knippy as a treat. Alright. So that explains why some of them are far more expensive. Oh, wait, that's not a way in. We gotta go talk to the witch. To the witch, to the witch, to the witch. That's a dead end. She's on the other side, right? Okay, there she is. All right, how many did that give us?
A little discount.
We got 5, hell yeah. All right, and then we'll get the 1. So, actually, hold on. So there's the 1. Oh, I want that, so we're gonna wait. Oh! They leveled up again. Oh shit. More damage! Okay, so as the game progresses, you can get more and more upgrades. Okay. Very interesting.
Good choice.
Oh, wait. What were the upgrades for the syringe? Is that... Oh, you can hold 5. Okay. You can hold up. The thing is, though, is we really aren't holding on to... Aren't really holding on to those things. All right, kids. That's going to be it. That's going to be it for today of Crisol. Winner of the Knippy. Go ahead. Crash out. You earned it. Here's as we finish in here. Again, though, I don't know what these points are for. 600 points. What do you use them for? Oh, okay. We'll read those next time. Yeah, we'll definitely be playing more next week. If not this Thursday. Thursday is still marked as to be determined because I'm not sure what I'm going to be in the mood for. But I'm enjoying the shit out of this game. All right, let's go find somebody to raid. Knick-knack, paddywhack. Whose bone are we throwing? Thank you for the sensor. Shit tomorrow? Oh boy. All right, rack coin? Coin pusher roguelike? What the fuck does that mean? Those are boobs. I just scrolled down and somebody I'm following is doing art and it's just zoomed in on the boobs. Nice. Nice. Retro game of some kind. Let's see. Oh, hey, somebody else is currently playing Crisol. Hold on, where's she at? She is... Oh, she's in the brothel. Here, we'll raid her. All right. Raiding Viscerang. Let's do... For the raid message, we're gonna do... Oh, do we want to do like Dolores, my love? Or something like that? About to have a brothel time? Absolutely not. No, we'll just do Dolores. Yeah, we'll do the wet emotes. If you don't have my cry emote, you can use any other crying emotes. When there's everyone else crazy classic, but she's so cool, even if she is really mean. All right, guys, but other than that, I will see you guys tomorrow. We're playing Outlast Trials. If you want to join, I don't think I have anybody else I'm dragging along for it, so it's probably going to be a community day. So if you have the game, you can come play. Other than that, though, thank you for hanging out. Thank you for being awesome. Go give Ray some love. And watch her scream, because I think she screams more at horror games than I do. Good night.